Glad to have you with us in the studio. I'm Reese Davis, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites. We're expecting a good one in the Pac-12 today. Players going through their final paces before kickoff. That does it for us here on the NCAA College Football pregame show. Enjoy the game. We'll see you at the half.
Each of these teams is deserving of being crowned champions of the Pac-12. However, only one can go home the victor. It's time for the coin toss now, presented by Coke Zero. Real Coke taste, 0 calories. Enjoy everything. Slaughter has the ball set, and he looks ready to kick this one deep to open up the ball game. Here we go, folks. Tackle at the 18-yard line. The quarterback leads the team out on the field for the first drive. Tackle after a decent run up the gut. Washington State's got a guy that statistically is leading the conference right now, and he has got the attention of everybody in the country, including the coordinators. From their own 23-yard line, it's second down.
Let's go!
Fires incomplete to the fullback.
Smith, the intended receiver on the play. Third down.
Jack! Navajo! Ready! Red 68!
Taylor up the gut, and he tackles him hard at the 24-yard line.
Just a good showing on all 3 downs by the defense. That should fire them up.
Rodgers is waiting for the snap. Johnson fields it at the 35. He's pushed out of bounds at the 43-yard line. So he managed to get a few yards on the run back.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, Brad, with so much traffic in the middle there, it really makes it tough to break free.
So here comes the offense taking the field for the first time today. Nice run, and he's brought down.
Called a gain of 4 yards. That makes it 2nd and 6.
Hill takes the give. He gets out to about the 44-yard line.
It's great when a running attack comes through for the first down like this. It makes an offense so much more versatile.
Delivers to the halfback on the screen. And he's tackled at about the 41.
That'll make it 2nd and 7.
Gets the ball here and brought down in the backfield.
No gain. That makes it 37.
Scrambling around. Tackle at about the 37-yard line.
Gain of 4 yards. That'll make it 4th and 2.
It's 4th down, and the offense is getting set to go for it. They go to the back, and he's hit immediately in the backfield. Not quite enough for the first. Looks like they'll turn it over on downs.
You know what? I think they still made the right call there.
I don't think either team has a clear advantage so far. Let's see if they can make some plays and get a little separation. They bring him down in the backfield. Nowhere to go for the halfback. That's a loss of 1.
That'll bring up 2nd and 11.
Second and 11 coming up now. Ball on the 40.
Here we go. Black and 5. Check. Thunder.
Got his man. Can't tack on any yardage.
That's good for a gain of 5 yards. That'll bring up 3rd and 6.
They come out in a 5-wide set.
Check. Here we go. Blue 88.
And they make the stop at the 46.
You don't expect tight ends to run away from many defenders, but he looked pretty nimble getting downfield there.
Check.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 46-yard line. So an empty backfield with 5 wide receivers. On the run. And down he goes around the 48-yard line.
Call it a loss of 2 yards on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 12.
Right. Let's go. Hey, Mike.
They come out in an empty backfield.
Green 19.
They'll bring him down around the 31-yard line. Nice pickup as they connect on the pass play.
Well, they look to be in sync right now. They're both reading the defense properly, and the result is a nice game.
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 31-yard line.
They're not ready for this, man. Ready. Check. Navajo. Check. Regular.
Makes the catch, and he's got nowhere to go.
Gain of 1 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 9.
Check. Regular. Roger.
5 wide.
Let's go.
The running back gets 2 on the carry.
Call it a gain of 2 yards. 3rd down.
This is the 8th play of this drive.
Excellent job by this young quarterback of making the defense pay for bringing both outside linebackers. That's composure right there.
1st and 10. Ball on the 19. They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. He's got it with room to run. It's scooped up. And he hits him hard at the
12. The previous play is under review. Play, the ruling on the field stands.
So they review it, but there's just not enough evidence to overturn this one. They line up at the 12. First down. They'll spread the field with 5 wide. He's into the open field. He's taken down at the 26-yard line. So he keeps it, and he gets a big first down.
The quarterback made a very good decision here not to pitch. He saw a break in the defense and just hit it for a big gain.
He airs it out. No, incomplete.
The defense always likes to see a pass broken up, but getting the turnover would have been really big.
It's 2nd and 10.
From their own 26-yard line. Second down. They come out in a 5-wide set. He gets out to about the 28-yard line. Would have been a big play by the defense. He can't hold it. That could have been a big play for the defense.
Yeah, even though he had a good shot at picking it off, it's still a heck of a play to force the incomplete pass.
And watch out, they're going to bring the heat right here. And this one is a beauty. Gets past the tackler. He gets out to about the 38-yard line. You got to wonder right now which offense is going to open this thing up a little bit.
I think the answer will be which offensive coordinator is willing to take a chance or two to try to open some plays up. Because right now, not only are they losing the battle up front, but they're really not testing the defense downfield at all.
They come out in an empty backfield. And he's taken down at the 47-yard line.
That brings up 2nd and 1.
It's second down now. They're just a few feet away from that first down marker. They spread the field in the gun with 5 wide receivers. He's tackled at about the 45.
First down.
Five wide. The halfback with a carry. And he carries the ball for a nice gain.
That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Second down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down.
Mike 15. Mike 15.
Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
That'll move the chains for another Washington State. First down.
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. Caught and a big hit. He's stopped in his tracks.
Brings him down at the 25-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on second down.
Right, let's go. Hey, Mike, let's go.
He makes his way out to about the 12.
That's good enough for another Washington State. First down.
This offense has really stalled on their last 2 trips to the red zone. Looks to the end zone, interception.
Thomas makes the interception.
From their own 20-yard line. First down. Tackled for a loss.
Called a loss of 4 yards on the play.
So at the end of 1. No score here. We can only hope the second quarter is as good as the first. Tight ball game, folks. He steps out at the 19.
That's a gain of 3 on the play. That makes it 3rd and 11.
They'll spread the field with 5 wide. They bring him down. He just blew past the blockers and dragged the quarterback down.
Boy, excellent play by the defense here. A few extra seconds, and those receivers might have been open.
After the sack, it's now 4th and long. They've got 10 guys up. It looks like they're going to try to block this one. Hayes fields at the 50, and he's tackled at the 45-yard line. Quarterback couldn't maintain possession on their last drive. Let's see what he does here.
Giving the ball away can rattle your confidence, but he just needs to relax and not try to force it. He's starting off in great field position now. Did you see how he looked that ball into his hands? That's how you catch a football.
Make it 2nd and 4.
So it's second down now, and they need about 4 yards to pick up the first.
15's the mic. 15's the mic. I got 15. Here we go.
Gets to about the 37-yard line.
Gain of 2 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 2.
It's 3rd down, and they're about 2 yards shy of the sticks. Empty backfield, quarterback in the gun, 5 wide receivers. Nice pitch and catch for the first down. Tackle made at about the 31.
That makes it 1st and
Easy, easy, easy. Lucky, lucky.
They come out in a 5 wide set. And he's level at the 19-yard line.
That's a gain of 12 on the play.
1st and 10. Ball on the 19-yard line.
Easy, easy, easy. Eagle.
Brought down at the 21-yard line. That'll be a 2-yard loss.
Really, they just had nowhere to go after the catch.
That'll bring up 2nd and 11.
They come out in an empty backfield.
Patriot, Patriot.
He makes it out to maybe the 20-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 1 yard. That brings up 3rd and 10.
And once again, they'll come to the line, trying to convert on 3rd down.
Ready. Wide 50. Wide 50. Check, 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 check.
Nice play to set up 1st and goal.
That's a gain of 15 yards on the play. That'll move the chains for another Washington State. 1st down.
And this play is number 8 on the drive.
Easy, easy. Box 2, box 2. Let's go. Quick, quick, quick. Here we go.
And they get him in the backfield for a loss.
Did you see how that big defensive line got such a good push on that play? That's exactly why they were able to stop him for a loss.
Let's go. Blue 88.
And he's tackled just outside the goal line.
Called a gain of 6 yards. That makes it 3rd and goal.
Let's check, check. Patriot, Patriot.
Trying to get it to the tight end, but it falls to the ground.
Benson's the intended receiver on the play. That brings up 4th and goal.
It's 4th down. They're going to go for the easy 3 here. The Cougars are going to call their second timeout.
Easy, easy, easy.
They line up in the jumbo set.
Ready.
Tackle at the 1-yard line. And they lose possession on down.
You know, that
It's one of those situations where you have to go for it to try to get something going. Now they need a big play here from their defense.
I can't argue the play call. The defense just did their job by standing their ground. You always want to go in the locker room with momentum, so as we get closer to halftime, I think we'll see more and more attempts to create big plays. There he goes! He makes his way to about the 22.
The reason why it's so crucial to be able to run effectively like this is it keeps the defense guessing. They have no idea whether you're passing or running, even if you need medium to long range yards.
5 wide. Now he's flushed and they got it. The blitz worked on that play as they got to the quarterback.
Well, the linebacker's going to get credit here for the sack, but that was outstanding coverage downfield. The quarterback didn't have any options downfield, giving the linebacker time to make the play. Defense looking for another sack in this 2nd down and long situation. That's a great tackle at the 15. This is a big-time read by this safety. You know, a lot of times as a safety, you're sitting back there making sure there isn't a play-action pass or a play potentially that can go behind you. I think this safety has that 6th sense. His instincts on that play were special. He read the run, got into the backfield, and made the play. 3rd down and what they didn't want to get in. Ball on the 15-yard line. Throws in a hurry. Makes the grab and steps out right away.
Gain of 19 on the play. That makes it 1st and 10.
Throws falling back and got his man. And he stopped behind the line.
That brings up 2nd and 13.
It's 2nd down now, 13 to go. Ball on the 31. Gets it out quickly, and they'll bring him down behind the line.
Anderson takes him down for a loss behind the line at the 30-yard line. That brings up 3rd and 14.
Washington State's called their final timeout. They'll line it up again on 3rd down. Nearly intercepted. The defense really missed a golden opportunity there.
That's what separates a good player from a great player. When you have a chance like that, you need to take advantage of it.
Slaughter is the punter. Hayes takes it to 36. He's taken down at the 48. This is the point in the game where you don't want to make any mistakes that give the other guys a reason to feel more confident going into halftime. make the stop at the 44-yard line.
Gain of 1 on the play. Third down.
So it's third down, and they've got about 2 yards to go.
Let's go!
The offense scoops it up. They'll drop him for a loss.
Ready! Easy, easy, easy! Buffalo!
Makes the catch and gets out of bounds.
That's good for a gain of 16 yards. That's good enough for another Washington State. First down.
From the 33-yard line, it's first down.
Let's go! 550!
He's got it out to his tight end. And down he goes at the 26.
Call it a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up second and 3.
Get out! Set! 59 Philly! 59 Philly!
Gets it out to his receiver in a hurry. He's pushed out of bounds at the 18. First and 10. Ball on the 18.
Jack! Ready!
Big play there, and now they're looking at first and goal.
14 yards. That makes it first and goal.
We go line up! Jack! Go! 1, 2!
They'll bring him down right around the 2-yard line.
That's a gain of 2 on the play. That brings up second and goal.
Ball. Easy! Lucky 95! Lucky 95!
Touchdown, Cougars. Nice run and a score by the halfback.
And a nice call by the coach there. Just give it to your main man anytime you're near the goal line.
And he converts the extra point. A quick update now. Here's Reese.
Over in the Big Ten championship game, Wisconsin with the lead, 30-7.
Thanks, Reese. 7-0 game here. And it looks like they're ready for the kickoff. Sends it sailing downfield. He's to the 20. Tackle made at the 23-yard line. Really a defensive battle going on right now so far, Kirk.
Well, the defenses are flying around the football, doing a good job. I think both offenses are making it a little easier because of their style game plan. I think if I were the offensive coordinator, I'd take a few chances. Be willing to open it up and try to give your quarterback a chance to make a play.
Momentum swings have been fairly even. And with so little separation, this game can be drastically changed on just 1 or 2 plays. They try to run up the middle, but met in the backfield.
Loss of 4 on the play. That makes it second and 14.
From their own 19-yard line, second down. A great first half comes to a close. Washington State's lead is a touchdown. Welcome back, everybody. Second half action about to begin.
Johnson deep to return.
Johnson from the 2. At the 30. Across midfield. Inside the 30. He finally goes down at the 14-yard line. The Cougars continue to get it done on the defensive side of the football, Kirk.
Yeah, they've done a good job of building this lead and almost determined here to protect it. Let's see if they can hold on here for the rest of the way.
There's still plenty of time to keep running their offense as usual here. I don't think they need to feel any anxiety about trailing. He's tackled at the 4.
Call it a gain of 10 yards. That'll make it second and inches.
Hill off the left side. Touchdown, Bruins. Here's the PAT to tie this thing up. He makes the PAT. A quick 2-play, 14-yard drive, and the result, 7 points. Everyone's all lined up and ready for the kickoff. Hayes from the 3. Across the 30. The 50. And he's taken down at the 27-yard line. Now's when you start to approach each drive thinking that if you take the lead, then the momentum you gain feels that much more powerful. And they get nice yardage on that run.
That brings up second and 5.
Second and 5. Ball on the 22. Taken down at about the 9-yard line.
That'll move the chains for another Washington State. First down.
Line it up. Get up, get up, get up. Jack, regular, regular, regular. Jack, regular, regular, regular. Jack, regular, regular, regular. Go.
He's taken down at the 1.
Second and goal.
Second down and goal. Ball on the 1. Touchdown, Washington State.
There are some guys, when they get near the goal line, they just have a knack for getting the ball into the end zone. That's what we saw right there.
And he adds the extra point. A 4-play, 27-yard drive, and they come away with a touchdown. So the score now, 14-7. Washington State gets set to kick this one away. He just drills this one. He's to the 20, and he's tackled, and the 21. Kirk, not sure what went on in the locker room at halftime, but both offenses have really come ready to play in this third quarter.
I think that's really what separates a good team from a great team, is being able to make the adjustments at halftime and then come out and being able to execute. And so far, we've seen both these offenses able to do that.
And he makes it out to about the 24-yard line. A couple, maybe 3 yards on that run.
Great play by the senior linebacker to step up in traffic and make that tackle.
They go with the run, and he's taken down behind the line. From their own 21-yard line, it's third down. And he's hit before he can go anywhere.
Number 13 makes the tackle at the 32-yard line. First down.
gets the ball here and brought down in the backfield.
That makes it 2nd and 14.
It's 2nd down now, 14 to go. Ball on the 28-yard line. Slings it. Very good tackle in space.
Gain of 9 yards. That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
Throws complete. He's got room to work. Fires out to his wideout. And he's finally shoved out at the 28-yard line.
For a gain of 35 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
I'm coming! Mike 13! Mike 13!
Brought down at the 31. So they end up with a loss after calling the draw.
He started out rushing the passer and then just got lucky and ran right into the running back on the draw.
And this is the 8th play of the drive. He goes out of bounds at the 27.
Gain of 4 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 9.
Let's go, D! Let's go! Mike 13! Mike 13!
Number 80 makes the reception. Gain of 27 yards. That makes it 1st and goal.
Touchdown, UCLA! They'll line up for the extra point in an attempt to tie the game. And it hits the upright. No good. A nice 10-play, 79-yard drive. And they put 6 points on the board after missing the extra point.
Well, I think the thing, Brad, that I'm seeing is the quarterback's taking advantage of some one-on-one opportunities on the outside for some big plays for this offense.
He's to the 20, at the corner. And he's taken down at the 45. Washington State's clicking on offense right now, Kirk. A whole different story from the first half.
Yeah, I think they've made a few tweaks to their game plan, and I think it's helped them out. The quarterback seems to be making better decisions, and right now they can't be stopped.
The offense now will take the field, and they hope to have the same success they had on their last drive.
This offensive coordinator's got to be feeling so good about the execution that he's seeing from his quarterback and his wide receivers. Because, again, they put so much time into trying to put a plan together, and to be able to see that actually come into play makes you feel pretty good as a play caller.
Easy.
2nd down and 10 to go. Ball on the 45-yard line. Washington State up a point. And he's tackled around the 46-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 1 yard. That'll bring up 3rd and 8.
Watch two. I know he ain't got it.
Tries to fit it in there, and it'll be intercepted. Tackle made at the 45-yard line.
He has to make better decisions than that. He should have known that there was no room to squeeze that ball in there.
This sophomore corner's got a ton of potential at that position. These coaches are really excited about what he'll do for the program over the next few years. Tackle right around the 46-yard line. 1 yard loss for the halfback.
That'll bring up 2nd and 11.
They need to get it down to the 35. He's going to air it long. He almost had it, but it's incomplete.
You don't want to ever give your opponent a second chance, but that's exactly what they did by not making that interception.
This punt, if he gets it where he wants, it can really change the field position of this football game.
21-yard punt. Out of bounds at the 29-yard line.
Here's a step in the maturation of a young quarterback. How does he respond to throwing an interception on that last drive?
So much in football is about how you respond to adversity. Moving forward after a turnover is a perfect example of that.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 40. Washington State is up 1. He's at midfield. Makes it to the 47.
It's great when a running attack comes through for the first down like this. It makes an offense so much more versatile.
Jack, Jack, Jack! Navajo! Navajo! Get to the ball! Get to the ball! Get to the ball! Let's go!
And he carries the ball for a nice gain. Taylor gets about 4 yards on the play.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
Second and 6 coming up here. Ball on the 43.
Buffalo! Buffalo!
And they make the stop at the 35-yard line.
That's good enough for another Washington State. First down.
Jack, Jack! Jack, Jack! Hey, Mike!
He makes it to the 32-yard line.
Gain of 3 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
Second down and 7. Ball on the 32.
Raleigh!
Makes it out to about the 16.
He gets another set of downs and, more importantly, opens up a whole host of play calling possibilities for the coaching staff.
Decent pickup.
That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
They need about 3 yards to get the first here on 2nd down.
Stingray!
Washington State with a 1-point lead. He gets out to about the 9-yard line. Maybe a yard on the run by the tailback.
You have to like how this linebacker was able to move up quickly and bring down the ball carrier for a short gain. Nice stop by the junior.
It's the 9th play of the drive.
I'm coming! Mike 15! Mike 15! Ready! Black Jack, Jack! Navajo! Navajo!
Fires quickly. Touchdown! He splits the uprights with the extra point. Let's check in with Reese Davis in the studio.
Over in the Big Ten championship game, let's take yet another peek at this game. Wolverines have the perfect connection and a touchdown.
Alexander is lined up to kick this one off.
Johnson back to return.
McNeil fields it at the 1. They'll bring him down at the 24.
Kickoff return 20.
We head to the final quarter, and we've got a great game on our hands. 21-13, Cougars. Back in this very pivotal 4th quarter. Both teams realize that when the ball is snapped, we're one play away from a very different ball game. Caught he goes at the 37.
That's good for a gain of 13 yards. First down.
Got a man. Watch out here. He's at the 40. At the 30. To the 20. He gets hit out of bounds at the 12-yard line.
That's a gain of 51 on the play. First down.
They might be coming here. And he's level at the 10.
That makes it 2nd and 8.
They'll wrestle him down in the backfield. That took a little too long to develop.
Yeah, the offense was trying to get the pass rush going upfield, but the defense did a nice job of sniffing out the draw play and hitting them in the backfield.
3rd and long. This defense digs in here, and it could be their ball game. And he throws right away. The defense got some pressure and forced a bad pass.
I think they've been a little bit more aggressive here with their pass rush, and that time it paid off with an incompletion.
Kicks away, and this is no good. He didn't have the leg for it. That ball's going to be short. They can run this back. So the junior kicker is unsuccessful this time.
It's hard for a kicker to stay loose on the sidelines. He isn't running around like these offensive and defensive players. And in conditions like this, the stationary bike can only do so much to get your body to heat up.
From their own 12-yard line. First down. Nice run to the outside.
Gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
On the ball. Line it up. Quick. Jack,
Washington State up by 8. Nice run, and he's brought down.
That's a gain of 4. That makes it 1st and 10.
1st and 10. Ball on the 23-yard line. Up the middle for a nice gain. Taylor gets 6 yards on the carry.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Fires it out. So the completion goes for about 8 yards and a first down.
It's the protection up front that allowed this play to happen. The line controlled the rush, and it gave the quarterback an opportunity to deliver a very nice throw.
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 37-yard line. Throws falling back and got his man. They'll bring him down at the 41-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 4 yards. That makes it 2nd and 6.
Jack, box two. Here we go, line up. Easy. Eagle. Easy. Eagle.
Gets to about the 44-yard line.
That's a gain of 3 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 2.
Here's the 8th play of the series.
Jack. Easy. Box two. Red 85. Red 85.
He makes his way to about the 48.
Did you see how much space there was for that tailback up front? He better be thanking his offensive lineman for that.
This has been a very steady drive so far. It's 1st and 10, and we're right around midfield. Washington State holds an 8-point advantage. Quick strike to the receiver, and he's taken down at the 29.
That's good enough for another Washington State. First down.
Here's play number 10 on the drive.
Jack, 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 Jack. Let's go. 395. 395.
What a play, and that'll set up a first and goal.
That makes it first and goal.
And this is the 11th play of the current drive.
Easy, easy, easy. Lock in, lock in. 5.
Zips it to his receiver. Touchdown. He makes the PAT. So a 10-play, 87-yard drive, and that's good for a touchdown.
Brad, I thought the offense did a really nice job of mixing up the play calling on that drive. I thought the defense was on its heels most of the drive because of the versatility of the offense.
From his own goal line. And down he goes at the 27-yard line. The Bruins have just not been able to get that offense rolling at all today.
I think they're confused. I think it starts up front with the offensive line. They're not having the typical game that you'd expect to see from them as far as communication. I think it's affected the rest of the offense.
Well, the guys are chomping at the bit down there, waiting for the game to start back up. He's tackled at the 33-yard line.
Number 13 on the tackle at the 33-yard line. That'll make it 2nd and 4.
On the ground, inside. He's taken down at the 29-yard line.
That'll bring up 3rd and
8. From their own 29-yard line, it's 3rd down. He gets sacked on the play.
Loss of 8 yards on the play. 4th down.
Fourth and long here after the sack. Slaughter to punt. Fields it at the 39. He's at midfield. He's at the 40. Knocked out of bounds around the 29-yard line.
Time for a gain of 32 yards.
The offense is coming out on the field, and they haven't had any problem finding the end zone lately.
Great passing was the key for the offense the last time they had the ball. They were able to pick apart the defense and get down the field for a touchdown.
Zipped it out, and that was almost picked off.
Johnson breaks it up. That makes it 2nd and 10.
Second and 10. Ball on the 29. Less than 3 minutes in the game.
Here we go.
Brought down at the 11-yard line.
Ball makes the tackle at the 11-yard line. 1st down.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 11.
Ready. Black 5.
They pick up good yardage that time on the pass play.
Here they kind of put pressure on the quarterback and challenged him to find the hole in the defense. And in this case, he did. Nice job.
Let's go! Ready!
Puts it right in his hands. Touchdown. He's thrown his third touchdown pass of the game.
What I'm noticing more and more about this guy is he's very patient with the ball, and it's resulting in some nice scores, just like we've seen today.
And he tacks on the extra point. Time for an update from the studio. Reese, what did you got?
In the Big Ten, the conference title at stake today. This is a game we've been watching closely today. And for Wisconsin, their defense is like a swarm of piranhas after fresh meat after that pick six.
Alexander has the ball set, and he looks ready to kick this one deep. Johnson fields at the goal line. Oh, man, did he take a hit. Well, you know the offense would like to generate more than they did on their last possession. Just over 2 minutes in the game. Tackle made at the 30-yard line.
Number 13 on the tackle at the 30-yard line. That makes it second.
The quarterback in the gun. Empty backfield. 5 wide receivers in the formation. Fires quick. He catches another. Tackle around the 33-yard line.
Anytime a defense brings pressure like that, the most important aspect isn't just the quarterback and the receiver and their execution. It's the offensive line and their communication, even pre-snap read. Okay, here, if this blitz is coming, I've got to pick up him.
Touchdown, Bruins. He got him. And they're looking to get 2 points here. The Cougars taking their first time out of the half. With a 3-play, 78-yard drive. And they get 6 points on the board after failing the 2-point conversion.
And, Brad, you're going to move the ball at will when you're able to execute the pass game like that. Those big plays eventually going to lead you to touchdowns.
UCLA lined up in an onside kick formation. And he's tackled at the 41. Washington State's dreams are a reality in this football game. They've scored 21 points in a row. The offense now will take the field, and they hope to have the same success they had on their last drive.
I love to watch a quarterback when he can really get into sync with his wide receivers. These guys have worked all week on their preparation to attack this defense, and right now it's really paying off.
And he's tackled right away. UCLA is going to have to use their second time out of the half. From the 23-yard line, it's first down. Just under 2 minutes in the game. Looking for his man, incomplete.
Well, that was clearly a poor read on somebody's part. And the bad news is there was no defender around. If the pass was anywhere near him, it could have gone for a big play.
So it's 2nd and 10. Ball on the 23. Throws into coverage, just picked off. He came up with a fantastic interception there.
Well, you know the quarterback is kicking himself for that one. He just made the wrong read.
He chucks it downfield. This one will fall incomplete.
The quarterback threw it right into the hands of the safety. I can't believe he dropped it.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
They line up at the 10. It's 2nd down. Halfback's got it on the quick throw, and he's shoved out of bounds at the 31-yard line.
You obviously have to worry about him as a ball carrier, but he showed here that you have to be concerned about him as a receiver as well. He's got good hands, and you know he's good in the open field.
Slings it. And they make the stop around the 46-yard line.
Call it a gain of 23 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
A little over a minute in the game. He goes downtown. Spectacular play, and now it's 1st and goal.
Appropriate on the tackle at the 6-yard line. That makes it 1st and goal.
A little toss across the middle. Touchdown, UCLA! So the offense is going to go for 2.
Coming. Mike 13, Mike 13. He's coming, he's coming. Get up, White 87.
They go with a run, and he's brought down in the backfield. It was a 5-play, 90-yard drive, but they just get 6 points after failing to convert for 2.
You know, you could throw the football as well as these guys can. You don't necessarily always have to have a balanced attack because you're so proficient in throwing the ball.
There's not enough time for them to make a defensive stop, so they'll try the onside kick. They'll bring him down at the 42-yard line. Here's a step in the maturation of a young quarterback. How does he respond to throwing an interception on that last drive?
The best way to move beyond a turnover is to score. And when you can start in the other team's half of the field, you're in really good shape to have a chance to do that.
UCLA's called their final timeout. 2nd and 6. Ball on the 38-yard line.
Lucky! Let's go!
He's at the 30, he's at the 20, and down he goes at about the 15-yard line. We have less than a minute to go.
Patriot! Patriot! Let's go! Let's go! Relax!
Fires quickly, and he's got his man. Washington State. And he hits the PAT. So a 4-play, 42-yard drive, and it results in a touchdown. Alexander looks ready to kick this one off. McNeil from the 1. Tackle made at the 27. There's a big lead here, and this game's out of reach, but you don't want to give up defensively.
The defenses for both these teams have to take a little bit of pride in what they're doing. Whether you're up big or you're down, you still want to go out there and play well.
Nothing left here except to see the clock hit 0. A comeback is just not happening.
I'm not sure the quarterback saw him when he was getting ready to pass because he stuck his paw right in the passing lane.
That
Second down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 27. They'll spread the field with 5 wide. Brought down after a nice run up the middle.
Gain of 6 yards.
Washington State will take their second time out of the half. Gets it out to his receiver in a hurry. They'll bring him down around the 37-yard line.
That's a key play to find the open man and keep the drive alive.
The spike will stop the clock.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
From their own 37-yard line. Second down. Pass complete and taken down immediately. And this one comes to an end. Our final count in this game, Washington State 42, UCLA 25. Let's get Kirk Herbstreit's final thoughts on this one. Herbie, what do you got for us?
It was a good game, but I'm sure there's a little disappointment down there. UCLA had a few missed opportunities in this game, and I think if they could have capitalized on a few of them, it would have been a lot closer, and they might even have won this game.
For Washington State, they just keep winning in what has been a great year for them. And for UCLA, they lose this one late in the season, and it gives them a 9-4 record.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites. It always seems to be a picturesque day in Pasadena for the Rose Bowl. So much history immersed in this game. Great players, legendary figures. Archie Griffin, Marcus Allen, Ron Dane, Charles Woodson, Matt Leinart, Vince Young all have had great moments in this game, in this stadium. Another chapter will unfold from Pasadena when we start with the Rose Bowl. Thanks for checking out the pregame show. NCAA college football action coming up next with Brad and Kirk on the call. David and I will see you at halftime.
Teams have waited to prove themselves on this day. It's the Rose Bowl, and this matchup should be anything but sweet-smelling. And now it's time for the coin toss, and it's brought to you by Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste, 0 calories. Enjoy everything. Both teams have sent their special teams onto the field, and we're ready for the opening kickoff. He just drills this one. And he's taken down at the 19. The quarterback leads the team out on the field for the first drive. And now he's got room to run. And they push him out at the 31. They go with the option and pick up the first down.
Yeah, and that was a situation where the quarterback knew he could pick up the first down if he kept it himself. That's a good decision.
Zips it to the back. Tackle made at the 38.
Carter on the tackle at the 38-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
3 down. Mike 13. Mike 13. Ready. 200 check.
And he's tackled at the 34-yard line.
Nothing doing that time. Defender stayed home, the blocking wasn't there, and down he went.
From their own 34-yard line. 3rd down.
3 down. Check 3. Line 80.
Halfback's got it on the quick throw. He's taken down around the 37-yard line. The screen pass goes nowhere.
Well, you got to take your hat off to the defense. All week they preached over and over again how they were not going to let this kid use his speed in the open field, and they really shut him down that time.
Washington State will take their first time out of the half. And watch out, they're going to bring the heat right here. They'll bring him down at the 31-yard line. So here comes the offense taking the field for the first time today. They try to run up the middle, but met in the backfield. The Cougars always have guys that are near the top statistically, and that's no exception today. We're really looking forward to watching this kid play. Down at the 42-yard line.
He looked pretty cool back there. Even with the outside linebacker blitzing, he made an accurate throw, and the result is a new set of downs.
First and 10. Ball on the 42. Passes to the wide out, and he can't pull it in.
I'm not so sure he made the best decision that time. That was a pretty tight area he was trying to throw that one into.
Man left, man left.
Quick throw. They'll bring him down around the 50-yard line. Third and 2. Ball on the 50. Tackle at the 37. Nice catch that time in coverage.
Yeah, excellent job of hauling that one in. This is why he's considered by many to have one of the better set of hands today in college football.
Positive yardage.
That's good for a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Man left, man left.
It's 2nd and 3. Ball on the 30-yard line.
Let's go!
Finds his man. First down. And they make the stop right around the 24-yard line. And that'll be a first down on the 6-yard pass.
Heads-up play by the quarterback to find his receiver in traffic and get the ball into his hands.
And I think it was the quick throw by the quarterback that fouled up the defense on that one. Here's the 8th play of the series. Caught, open field, brought down to the open field.
If you're going to put the ball into that kind of coverage, you better be accurate, or you'll be wearing a baseball cap and headphones on the sideline standing next to the coach.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line. And he's taken down at about the 3-yard line.
Schroeder with the tackle at the 3-yard line. That brings up 2nd and goal.
Here's play number 10 on the drive.
Easy, easy, easy. Rally. Easy, easy, easy. Rally. Rally.
Touchdown, Cougars.
That was a very good all-around effort. The running, the blocking, the entire package. A well-deserved score.
So they spread out the defense and keep it on the ground for the touchdown. And he adds the extra point. A 10-play, 70-yard drive. And they add 7 points to the scoreboard. So our score, 7-0. Looks like they're ready for the kick. Excellent kick. He's to the 20. Across the 30. He gets hit out of bounds. Right around the 36-yard line. Washington State's looking right now like they've got all 3 phases working for them so far.
Yep, it's early, but they are in control of this game. The defense seems to have a very good feel for what they're doing out there. The offense moved the ball down the field. Special teams, everything right now is really in sync for this team.
And while they are behind, they know they can knot things up in a heartbeat. It's way too early to change your game plan. throws this one away. Second down, 10 to go. Ball on their own 36. Pressured and brought down.
Oh, that is a big hit on the quarterback. That's one of those, as an offensive lineman, when the film study starts to come around, you're going to kind of sink in your chair and just hope they don't call you out, because you're going to get embarrassed on Monday on that one.
He's tackled at the 49-yard line.
Parrish on the tackle at the 49-yard line. That makes it 1st and 10.
Complete. He's got room. He's at the 40. And down he goes around the 34-yard line.
Nice job of picking up the Mike linebacker blitz and hitting his man for the first down.
Completes it, and he's hit hard immediately.
Parker on the tackle at the 32-yard line. That makes it 2nd and 8.
And he throws it away. The defense got some pressure and forced a bad pass.
I think they've been a little bit more aggressive here with their pass rush, and that time it paid off with an incompletion.
3rd down again.
Check, tight right. Go out there, check the outs out there. 3 down. Ready, green,
Fires right side. He's got his tailback. And he's shoved out of bounds at the 29.
That'll bring up 4th and 5.
He launches one for the end zone. Almost picked off. Football will change hands as they fail to convert on 4th down.
Oh, the defense was waiting on that one. They've seen plays like that all season long, and they came up with a great stop.
The offense really came up with a nice drive there last time out, and most of those yards came through the air.
This defense needs to improve from front to back. The line needs to put more pressure on the quarterback, and the defensive backs need to stick it to these receivers with tighter coverage.
Pulls down the catch, and he's got room here. Good tackle there in space.
I like the call here by the defense to bring the heat with the outside linebacker. It was just a better call by the offense, and that's why it's a 1st down.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 42-yard line. Washington State is up 7. Gets it out quickly. Tackle made to 39-yard line.
That makes it 1st and
10. Gains his way to the 30-yard line.
That brings up 2nd and 1.
Short yardage situation here. 2nd down and 1.
East, fuck two.
Makes it out to about the 16. 2nd and 7. Ball on the 12.
Check, check. Navajo! Navajo!
Brought down after a nice run up the middle. Taylor gets about 4 yards on the play.
3rd down.
Check, check.
Watch
Fox
two,
two,
watch
Fox
two.
two.
Coming! 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 The ball, the ball, the ball, the ball, the ball.
Nice run there.
I think you got to give credit to the big boys up front there. They're able to get this back to room that he needed.
And this play is number 8 on the drive. Washington State up 7 points. Touchdown, Washington State. And so they punch it in on the ground, Kirk Herbstreit.
Great job up front by the offensive line. They get a good, strong push that allowed the runner to get it in there for the touchdown.
And he hits the PAT. So an 8-play, 70-yard drive, and it results in a touchdown. The score now, 14-0. Everyone's all lined up and ready for the kickoff. Nice kick, plenty of distance. He's to the 20. Tackle at the 33. Washington State's defense really came to play early in this football game.
Well, they've done a good job here early, but you know eventually this offense is going to start clicking. Let's see if this defense can sustain this for the rest of the game.
It's not quite a blowout, but unless they do something here, it might turn into one. Quick throw, incomplete, wanted his receiver.
Jenkins is the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
Man left, man left.
From their own 33-yard line. 2nd down.
That's a left. That's a left. That's a left. That's a left.
Caught with room to work. And he's tackled at about the 43-yard line.
It's a great job here by the quarterback of recognizing the outside linebacker blitz and delivering the football for a first down.
Mike 13.
And he can't hang on to it.
Incomplete. Francis was the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
Second and 10. Ball on the 43-yard line.
3 down, 3 down.
Mike 13, Mike 13. Set.
Catches it, and he's looking for more. He's taken down at the 28.
Impressive gain there by the do-it-all back.
28-yard line. That makes it 1st and 10.
3 down, 3 down. Mike 13, Mike 13. Check 4, check 4.
They'll wrestle him down in the backfield.
That's a great play by the defense. There's nothing like a defense being able to slip off of a block, get into the backfield of the offense, and then make a play in the backfield to be able to create some momentum possibly for this defense.
So at the end of one, the Cougars in front, 14-0. And we welcome you back to the action here, just about set to start the second quarter.
Mike 13. He's coming, he's coming.
6 man.
Hands off up the middle and stuffed.
I don't think the play developed the way it was supposed to, and the net result is a loss.
Third down now, and they need to get it to the 18.
Mike 13, Mike 13.
He's under pressure. Let's see if he aims for the sideline and tries to get this thing down deep in their own territory. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. You think about the challenges these two teams are facing. On one side, you've got to find a way to keep building on your lead, and on the other side, you've got to find a way to get back in it. Tackled after a decent pickup.
That's good for a gain of 5 yards. That brings up 2nd and 5.
From their own 25-yard line. 2nd down. Tackles him hard at the 35.
Easy. Delta.
Makes it out to about the 43.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
So it's 2nd down and about 2 yards to go.
Watch 19. Watch 19. We got to get to the ball, team.
Makes the catch and look out, and he's tackled in the open field. And that's what we were talking about earlier.
Absolutely nice pass play here. The quarterback shows some guts here throwing this one into coverage, but good accuracy, and again, great timing on the throw.
Makes the first down catch. Brought down at the 25.
That makes it 1st and 10.
From the 25-yard line. 1st down.
Box two.
On the ground, he won't get back to the line.
Loss of 2 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 12.
Tries to thread the needle, and it's not going to work. Here he goes. Inside the 10, and he scores. Touchdown. He clanks it off the upright, no good. And it's off the upright, no good. And he missed it off the upright. Washington has the ball set, and he looks ready to kick this one deep.
Jenkins back to return.
Jenkins fields it at the 3. He's to the 20. And he's tackled at the 29-yard line. The Cougars have had so much success here in the first half. Kirk, you got to look really in the 3rd and 4th quarter. If they get just maybe a little bit too complacent, start playing not to lose instead of to win.
Yeah, they got to keep their foot on the accelerator. They're off to such a great start. I mean, this is exactly the way they had hoped this game would unfold, and it is. But it's a 4-quarter game, and if they start to, as you say, get complacent, give their opposing team a chance to come back and win this football game.
1st and 10, ball on their own 42. Washington State up by 8. Fires out quickly to the tailback. They'll bring him down at the 47.
That's a gain of 5 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 5.
Check. Easy. Box two.
Hey, check like 39. Check like 39.
And they get nice yardage on that run.
Gain 7 on the play. 1st down.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 46-yard line. Fires it out. Tackle at about the 35.
That makes it 1st and 10.
Easy. Eagle.
Nice run, and he's brought down.
That's good for a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Second down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down.
Watch 19. Watch 19. Come on, check. Let's go.
Looks to his receiver, first down, and they make the stop around the 17-yard line.
First down.
Washington State holds an 8-point advantage. There's a strike complete, and he's taken down at the 12.
Gain of 5 yards. That brings up 2nd and 5.
And this is the 8th play of the drive.
Easy. Buffalo.
Takes it up the middle for a nice run.
That's a gain of 6 on the play. That makes it 1st and goal.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line.
98 Weasel.
Touchdown, Cougars. And that's his 2nd touchdown of the day.
This young man is no stranger to the end zone. That's 2 rushing scores for him on the day, and you have to love the way he's been running the ball all game.
And he adds the extra point. And it looks like they're ready for the kickoff. He sends this one deep. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. It's a new possession for this offense, so what will it hold? They go to the back, and he's hit immediately in the backfield.
Loss of 2 yards on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 12.
It's 2nd down, 12 to go. Ball on the 23-yard line. And he throws it away.
Good job here by the defense. If you let this quarterback set and throw, he'll kill you all game. But they got excellent pressure on that play.
Here we go, D. Here I come again. Ready.
That's a great tackle at the 14. Brad, not only did they give up a sack here, but their quarterback just got hit and hit hard. If I'm an offensive coordinator, or especially an offensive line coach, I'm getting a hold of my offensive line, making sure these guys are on the same page, and they've got to take more pride in taking care of their quarterback than that play right there.
4th and long here after the sack. They're stacking the line. It looks like they're coming after this punt. Hayes takes it at the 49, and down he goes at the 45. Washington State's put themselves in a great position now as they head into the second half.
Well, in the first half, we saw a lot of big playability and just an explosive approach by this offense. But remember, we'll see what happens here in the second half. This is a long way from being over.
So it's time to see this offense go to work again.
This defense couldn't stop them from moving the ball and inevitably finding the end zone.
Quick out to his receiver, and down he goes, right around the 40.
That's how we do, D. That's how we do. They don't want nothing.
Brings up 2nd and
5. From the 40-yard line, it's 2nd down. Gets it out to his receiver in a hurry. He's tackled at the 24. And he hits him hard at the 15. What a throw for a big gain.
That is a great example of the quarterback seeing the whole field and finding the guy who had the best chance of making a catch.
It's second down now, and they're just a few feet away from that first down marker. And they get him in the backfield for a loss.
Loss of 1 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 2.
So it's 3rd down, and they've got about 2 yards to go.
Check. Let's get to the line.
And he's leveled at the 13-yard line.
That makes it 1st and 10.
Tackle made around the 4-yard line. They go with a run, and that'll be a gain of 9. Washington State's going to have to use their second time out of the half. It's second down, and they're about 2 yards away from the sticks.
34, I go 34. Check.
Throws to the halfback. Touchdown.
So this entire group functions so well as a unit, and you saw it on that touchdown. Very good team effort.
He splits the uprights with the extra point. They're probably just going to squib this kick. I don't think they want to see the return man create lightning before halftime. Gets to about the 47-yard line. It's still only the second quarter. We've got a lot of football left, but I got to say, this one is teetering on the brink of a blowout. One more play now before we hit halftime, so they'll most likely throw one towards the end zone here. Throws it deep. What a pick! First half comes to a close as they head to the locker rooms. 28-6, Cougars. All right, Reese, David, thanks, guys. Just about set to start the third quarter. Sends it sailing downfield. He's to the 10. He's taken down at the 14-yard line. They're ready to begin another drive.
Easy. Lucky 95. Lucky 95.
Makes it out to about the 23.
That's good for a gain of 9 yards. That brings up 2nd and 1.
Short yardage situation here. It's 2nd down and 1. Quick throw, almost intercepted. The defense really missed a golden opportunity there.
That's what separates a good player from a great player. When you have a chance like that, you need to take advantage of it.
Check. Hey, check Mike 39. Check Mike 39.
Halfback's got it on the quick throw. And he's tackled at the 27-yard line. From their own 27-yard line, it's first down. tackle after a decent run up the gut.
That brings up 2nd and 5.
Stays in bounds and made a nice catch. Superb effort by the receiver to come down with that ball.
Well, this comes down to the timing between the quarterback and the receiver, and the result, again, a nice play for the offense.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 43. Going deep. And he's immediately tackled. What a great play.
This is the timing that we talked about the pregame that they must have in order to be successful with their passing game. That time the quarterback threw it to a spot, and his receiver was there to make a nice grab.
Touchdown, Washington State. He makes the PAT. A 7-play, 85-yard drive, and they get it in for 7.
Brad, I thought that was a textbook drive. I thought they did a really good job of showing balance, mixing the play calling with the run and the pass. Just an overall well-executed touchdown drive.
Excellent kick. He's to the 20. He wasn't breaking that tackle. What a hit. The Cougars' plan was to run the ball, and they are doing it as well as we've seen them.
Well, they're running the football. These backs seem to be hitting the holes just at the right time. And how about the offensive line? Just opening up some nice holes, just doing what this offense needs to do to be successful.
I hope they show some fight here and try to stay competitive. If you're going to get blown out, you at least want to go down swinging. Quarterback all by himself in the backfield with 5 wideouts. He's taken down at about the 27-yard line.
On the tackle at the 27-yard line. That'll make it 2nd and 4.
They come out in a 5-wide set. Throws in a hurry. Incomplete. It's knocked down by the defense.
Well, you want to do everything you can to keep the ball out of the hands of these receivers, so that was a really good effort.
So it's 3rd down now, and they're going to need about 4. He passes it. And he's got it. To the 10. Touchdown, Raging Cajuns. He now has 25 touchdown passes.
I think this speaks to the great bond that this quarterback has with his wide receivers. The receivers know that he'll get him the ball, and he knows that they'll bring it in.
And he tacks on the extra point. It was a quick 3-play, 79-yard drive, and they add 7 points to the scoreboard.
Boy, that is scoring in a hurry. This offense is looking more and more explosive.
Louisiana Lafayette is lining up to kick this one off. He's to the 20. Tackle made at the 34. Washington State's offense has really been firing on all cylinders, especially here in the 3rd quarter.
Well, they got off to a good start, and they've been able to maintain that, maybe take it to a different level in the 3rd quarter. It's going to require that for them to be able to get out of here with a win. The quarterback did a really good job in the last drive of finding his receivers in space, and I bet he'll be looking to do the same thing again.
Gets rid of it quickly, and that was almost picked.
Jenkins was the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
From their own 34-yard line. 2nd down.
Watch me run, watch me run.
Easy.
Zipped it out, and that was almost picked off.
Hayes was the intended receiver on the play. That brings up 3rd and 10.
strike to the back, and he drops it. Not a good series there throwing the football.
Yeah, not what you want to see as a head coach. 3 plays and all incomplete.
Rodgers is the punter. Long takes it to 25, gets to about the 37-yard line. There's got to be some sense of urgency to this offense right now. They don't have the luxury of wasting drives if they want to get back in the game. Throws it, watch out. Oh, almost had a pick.
McCarthy, the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
From their own 37-yard line. 2nd down. Now he's flushed, and they got him.
You know, Brad, I think this is where the game has really changed over the last 5 or 6 years in college football, is the athletic ability and speed now at safety. These guys are covering receivers. They're being asked to be able to be physical and make tackles, but also now we're starting to see them blitz more and more, and this young man has enough speed to be able to get all the way to the quarterback for a sack.
So the sack makes this 3rd and very long. And he shoved out of bounds right around the 46-yard line. Washington to punt. Calls for the fair catch.
Fair catch made at the 12-yard line.
The offense will be hoping for a little more success than they had the last time out.
Guys, Alton, let's get off the field. Let's get off the field.
Hey, check point 39. Check point 2.
Complete, brought down, nothing doing. So it's complete, but they didn't get much there.
And that's because the defense was just waiting on it, and they attacked. The quarterback should have found somebody else downfield.
Man left, man left.
2nd and 8. Ball on the 14-yard line.
Let's go.
Throws complete, and he stopped immediately.
That'll make it 31.
East. Buffalo, Buffalo. Watch 2, 3, 19. 3, 19.
Runs it left for a decent gain.
That makes it 1st and 10.
From their own 28-yard line. 1st down. Pulls down the catch, and he's got room here. Brought down at the 42-yard line.
1st down.
Man left.
From their own 42-yard line. 1st down. Gets it out quickly, and they make the stop at the 48. Nice run to the outside. Taylor gets about 4 yards on the play.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
From the 44-yard line. 2nd down. They'll bring him down at about the 33-yard line.
That makes it 1st and 10.
This is the 8th play of this drive. Quick throw to the tight end, and he's taken down at the 17-yard line.
16 yards.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 17. Throws quickly, and it's almost intercepted.
Benson is the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
This is the 10th play of this drive. Fires it again to his tight end. Tackle right around the 6-yard line.
That makes it 1st and goal.
It's 1st down, and they'll be looking for 6 points here. Passes it to the middle of the field, and down he goes, right around the 2-yard line.
4 yards. That brings up 2nd and goal.
This is the 12th play of this drive.
Big dog! Big dog!
Puts it right in his hands. Touchdown. That brings his season total to 15 touchdown catches, and that is pretty special.
A steady touchdown maker like this doesn't come around every day, so they've got to be ecstatic to have him.
And he converts the extra point. Washington State gets set to kick this one away. He's to the 20. He makes it out to maybe the 23-yard line. Not a whole lot's been working for them so far. They should just come out and play loose and easy because they've got nothing to lose. He delivers.
Haynes did the catch. That's a gain of 29 on the play. 1st down.
Mike 13, Mike 13. Come to my world. We want it. Come to my world.
Just throws this one away. The defense got some pressure and forced a bad pass.
I think they've been a little bit more aggressive here with their pass rush, and that time it paid off with an incompletion.
From the 48-yard line, it's 2nd down. He's going to try and scramble. Now he's going to run and watch out. He's tackled at the 31.
That's good for a gain of 17 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
Mike 13, Mike 13. Hey, let's get that ball, D. Let's get that ball.
Catches it, and he's looking for more. Tackle made at the 15-yard line.
The quarterback did an excellent job of recognizing the Mike linebacker on the blitz. He hung in there, delivered the pass, and his receiver made a good catch to move the sticks.
Hey, long day for you.
Gets to about the 14-yard line.
Call it a gain of 1 yard. That brings up 2nd and 9.
All day, every day, any day. Like 13. Let's go, Pat.
Now he's scrambling. Got the corner. Knocked out of bounds right around the 8-yard line. Flags are down, and this one might be on the offense.
Offense.
That penalty will move them back a
Still
bit.
second
Yeah,
down.
with so many young guys out there, it's bound to happen occasionally.
Now it's 2nd and long after the penalty.
Larry. Like 13, like 13. He's coming.
Ready!
Scrambling around. That's a great tackle at the 29-yard line.
Loss of 5 yards on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and long.
Defense hoping for another sack here on 3rd and long.
2 down. Check 83, ball going to 83.
He throws a dart to the left, and it's picked off. He has some room.
Washington with the interception.
Well, it's just one of those days for this offense. Already getting blown out, now another interception. Can you imagine that walk over to the sideline for these guys?
We've got a 1st and 10. Ball on the 48-yard line. Washington State comes to the line holding that commanding lead. And they get nice yardage on that run.
Gain of 7 yards. That'll bring
That's 3 down and 1 to go. Washington State's got a huge lead. Just about set to start the 4th quarter, mercifully.
4 down. Hey, check Mike 39. Check Mike 39.
Across the middle. And it's intercepted. And who else? It's the senior safety.
Moses with the interception.
That was just a sloppy pass, but for now, they can afford to live with it.
From their own 23-yard line, it's 1st down. And it looks like they might be bringing some pressure here. And he just gets rid of it.
Hey, watch the screen. Watch the screen. Watch the screen. Mike 13.
Now he tries to buy some time. They bring him down.
That is a loss of 2 yards. That brings up 3rd and 12.
Third down, 12 yards to go. Ball on the 21-yard line.
Mike 13.
Quick pass, man open, and he dropped it.
Francis was the intended receiver. Makes it 4th and 12.
And watch out, they're going to bring the heat right here. The Cougars will rank high nationally in yards per game, and after today, I can see why.
Well, there's really nothing you can do to stop this offense. If you load up to stop the run, they throw. If you sit back, they can run. And that versatility has allowed them today to have a huge performance.
The quarterback comes back on the field, and I'm sure he's hoping to make up for that interception on the last drive.
And I don't think this defense will lay down lightly. They're going to try to continue to rattle this guy.
He makes his way to about the 45.
First down.
First and 10. Ball on the 45. Washington State comes to the line in complete control in this game. Wants it all. Going deep. And this one's broken up.
As a defender, you want to keep your hands up. Maybe you can come away with a pick or at least deflect the ball.
Second and 10.
Zips it to the tight end. And he's tackled at the 36-yard line.
Very solid gain through the air. I'm impressed with the poise of this quarterback and the ability of the receiver to keep his concentration and get his hands on the football.
Easy, easy, easy. Fox 2, Fox 2. Here we go. Black 85. Black 85.
Nice run up the middle. And he carried that one for a few yards.
You know, when you have a guy that can grab 5 yards or so consistently, it sure takes some of the pressure off the passing game.
From the 30-yard line. First down. Dumps it complete to the halfback over the middle. He's taken down at the 25-yard line.
Gain of 5 yards. That brings up second and 5.
Easy, 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 easy. Stingray. Stingray. Let's go.
Gets out to around the 15.
Called a gain of 10 yards. First down.
From the 15-yard line. First down. Washington State comes to the line. They got a big advantage in this one. And he's level at the 6-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 9 yards. That'll make it second and inches.
And this is the 8th play of the drive.
Let's go. 395.
Throws, and he's got a man. Touchdown. And did that play ever develop nicely?
Well, it's all about the receiver on this play. He beat his man off the line and then ran a perfect route. All he had to do after that was make the catch.
And he hits the PAT. An 8-play, 57-yard drive, and that's good for a touchdown. Alexander is lined up to kick this one off. Sends it sailing downfield. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. For Washington State, they've been getting into the backfield quite a bit. This is turning into a day that the offensive line wants to forget.
They also gotten them to turn it over twice.
This offense hasn't had any trouble moving the ball on the ground.
No, they haven't. So maybe they should just focus a bit more on the running game to mix it up and keep the defense guessing.
Both teams are playing out the stretch here. You want to get experience for guys who normally don't get in the game and try to avoid injuries. Got it. And he goes down quickly.
Washington makes the tackle at the 31-yard line. That'll make it second and 4.
13, Mike 13. Watch the screen, watch the screen. Watch the screen.
He tackles him for a loss. 1-yard loss for the halfback. Third down, 5 yards to go. Ball on the 30. He's to the 40. Great concentration to pull it in.
Jenkins makes the grab. That's a gain of 19 on the play. First down.
Mike 13, Mike 13. And let's pin the mirrors back and go full strength. Check 4, check 4.
showing blitz. Brought down around the 47-yard line. Looks like the defense was in man coverage there, fellas, and that's why they stopped that screen.
Yeah, and when the secondary isn't dropping back into zone, it makes it difficult to have success with that kind of screen play.
He's scrambling, and they got it. What a play by the freshman linebacker.
There's really nothing he could have done against a rush like that.
Doesn't look like he's going to have much time to get rid of this punt. Heading for the corner. And down he goes at the 28. The Raging Cajuns have really struggled trying to slow down this offense today.
How about this offense? I don't think anybody could have seen them coming into this game executing against one of the best defenses in the country.
Well, they got the result you always want on the last drive. Let's see if it happens again.
I expect them to run the ball, kill the clock, and put this one in the books.
Washington State is winning big. And he is drilled at the 31-yard line.
Ball to gain of 3 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
It's 2nd and 7. Ball on the 31. Makes the catch, and he's got nowhere to go.
Gain of 2 yards. 3rd down.
The offense gets a first down here. You got to give them some credit. But really, this is more about the defense. When a defense gets an offense to 3rd down and medium, you've got to be able to put pressure on a quarterback, especially when they're passing the football, and try to get your own offense the ball back. And that time, they let their own offense down.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on their own 39. Throws complete. He's got room to work. And they make the stop around the 46-yard line. And for Mitchell, what a game. 400 yards passing now.
I like the way he's throwing the football today, showing a lot of poise in the pocket.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 46-yard line. Quick strike, and he drops it.
Terrific coverage, and when you clog up passing lanes like that, you can force a quarterback to make some poor decisions. Almost got themselves a turnover, too.
Just under 2 to go in the game. Gets it out to his receiver in a hurry. They'll bring him down at about the 31. First and 10. Ball on the 31. And he's taken down at the 11-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 20 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
From the 11-yard line, it's first down. They come out in a 5-wide set. Fires in there, got it, touchdown. Clock keeper, just keep it moving for Kirk and I, will you? We want to get out of here. And he adds the extra point.
Attempt is
So that's an 8-play, 72-yard drive, and it's good for 7 points.
Brad, I love these kind of drives. They're old school, grind it out and earn the yards and just rip the heart right out of that defense.
Everyone's all lined up and ready for the kickoff. Excellent kick. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. Late in the fourth quarter, this game's not even close. It's a blowout. A lot of folks have already gone home. And, Herbie, I think we're going to make our dinner reservations. Just over a minute left. Just throws this one away. From their own 25-yard line. Second down. In the shotgun and 5 wideouts.
Here we go!
Slings it. He goes out of bounds around the 35-yard line.
That's a gain of 10 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and inches.
Mike 13, Mike 13. Watch the run.
And he hits him hard at the 37-yard line.
Good call to go with the option here on 3rd down. It confused the defense just enough to allow him to pick up the first.
Mike 13, Mike 13. He's coming. He's checking.
Motion.
They go with a counter, and he's hitting the backfield.
That's a loss of 2 yards on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 12.
From their own 35-yard line. Second down.
Here we go!
Tackle made right around the 36-yard line.
That's good for a gain of 1 yard. That makes it 3rd and
80!
Throws it in a hurry. He's knocked out of bounds at about the 47-yard line.
1st down.
From the 47-yard line. 1st down.
Mike 13, Mike 13. He's coming. Here we go! Wide 80! Wide
80! That's going to do it for this one. Our final score, Washington State 56, Louisiana Lafayette 13. Let's get Kirk Herbstreit's final thoughts on this one. Herbie, what do you got for us?
I have to say that I wasn't expecting a blowout victory. Louisiana Lafayette got flat out embarrassed, and these players sure look disappointed. They just got to learn to move on and try to improve.
Here's a look at today's Player of the Game. For the Cougars, they rack up their 13th win of the year. And for the Ragin' Cajuns, the loss today puts them at 11-2 for the season.
Jack.